everybody. Welcome back to Flux Harmonic. I'm David Wilson, and we're back with another weekend of coding on my GitHub GameOff 2022 submission, I suppose, entry, which would be a 2D platformer game written in the language that I've been working on for a while called Mesh, which is basically derived from Scheme, and it's a Lisp, so that's a cool thing to do, but also can be troublesome at times whenever I have to build stuff live that I don't have yet, which I need. So we'll see how much I have to do with that today. Let's see. I'd like to say hello to Mark. Thanks a lot for being here. Trying to see if I can get my chat settings right, because right now it's not actually showing me the chat from YouTube in this panel that I use. Hopefully the stream holds up today. It's looking pretty good so far. I changed which restream server I used, and it seems to be doing pretty well. So maybe that was the issue all along, was just using the wrong server. So let's just see what happens as we go. I'll get started in just a minute. I just want to check a few things and make sure everything's going to be good, and then we'll get into it. All right, cool. I think the stream on YouTube looks all right. That's great. Check everything over on Twitch. Taking its sweet time to load. Probably not helping either with the streaming CPU. All right, looks like Twitch is doing pretty well too. Cool. I'll just close that off so we don't eat up all my bandwidth. All right. So last weekend, I started working on the entry for this competition. The idea is that I'm going to make a 2D platformer game inspired by a game called Knit. I don't know exactly the right way to pronounce that, but it's an indie game from who knows how many years ago. It's a game that I played a long time ago that I really enjoyed. It was a very minimalistic, atmospheric, simple platformer game where you're basically just exploring a world and trying to pick up little artifacts that you need to rebuild your ship to get back home. I think that's the premise of it. So I'm making a similar concept where it's supposed to be a relatively reasonably sized world made of just individual screens that are connected that you can sort of walk between. And the goal of the game, or the concept of the game, is that, let's see, where is it? That you are a character who lives in a realm where there's been peace for a long time, and one day the Puria stones that protect the realm were stolen and hidden across the land. So it's more of this sort of exploration and finding missing items. And since then, the air has become unclean and is not safe to stay. So your character must venture through the different areas of the realm to find all the missing stones and reassemble them so that the air becomes clear once again. And the stones all make their own special sound, or they're supposed to. I don't have audio hooked up in the game yet, but we will soon. So you need to listen for them as you're going through the world to find your way. And then once you find them, you must bring them back to the town square, the starting location of the game, to reassemble the altar of the, not Purity Stones. I changed the name of it because it sounded ridiculous. I'm calling them the Puria Stones now. And the reason why we came up with this concept is because this game jam is based on the idea of cliches. So they told me to look at this huge list of 4,000 cliches and just pick 1 or 2 or 3 or however many you want cliches to inspire the game idea. So myself, with the help of Peter last time, we went through the list of cliches, and we found a few that seemed pretty interesting. He left no stone unturned. That's where the whole stone idea came from. Clear the air, as old as time, ear to the ground, built to last, back to square one. So based on all those cliches, we sort of put together this concept of the game. And I think it's going to be pretty fun if we make enough progress with it. Though I have to admit, we haven't made enough progress quite yet, and I'm going to have to start picking up the pace a little bit. But that's okay. We'll figure it out. So now that I explained the concept a little bit, let me just show you what we've got so far. Let me make sure it builds first, because I don't know exactly how I left it the last time. I'm going to run compile. Let's see, mesh build. That all seems right. So I'm just going to run this real quick. right, so we've got this really simple screen, nothing special, nothing to write home about, but you can see me walking around and jumping. I'm a little purple square here. We have collision detection where if I run into this wall, it stops me from moving. I can jump onto the platforms. I can, use a little bit of platform mechanic movement to control, how much I move. I'm sort of like slowing down as I move, which is kind of nice to have a little bit more control over the character. So this is where we got on the last stream. I haven't really added anything to the game code since then, but I have been working quite a lot on the underpinnings in Mesh to enable what I would like to do today. So let me just check on a couple things real quick, and then we'll start talking about that too. Okay, cool. Looks like the chat finally connected on both the platforms. So today, what I would like to do is continue developing the game. We had finished quite a lot of things last time, but what I would like to do today is implement saving and loading of game map data. And this is going to help us to start building out the levels. Since we can't actually edit the levels right now, or we can edit the levels. I implemented a basic level editor last time, but we can't save the data. But we're going to implement saving now. We're also going to need to implement keyboard bindings, I suppose, for editing commands, like Control S for save, etc. So we need stuff like that. What else? We also need the ability to create new screens, the ability to edit connection points between screens, the ability to change map tiles to draw with. And that's going to matter more when we have actual art for the game, which we don't have right now. We will add it at some point, but we need to at least have the ability to select map tiles, and I have some ideas on how I might want to approach that, but I haven't really started writing any of it yet, which sort of does mean that we need to implement some kind of basic UI for entering text prompts while saving, and selecting items. So this could be very simple, or it could be more complicated. It really just depends on how we end up implementing it. So that's pretty much what I want to get done today. If I can get a basic editing system set up where you can save and load the screens for the game, and then connect them together so that you can actually start navigating through the world, then I think that we'll be in a good spot for building some content tomorrow, maybe even doing some basic sprite art, which is something that I'm not good at, but we're going to try to do it anyway because I'm going to do this whole thing myself. That's sort of the idea, is I would like to be able to do this thing myself because it's more fun that way, for me at least. I don't know. More of a challenge, I suppose. And during this week, after the two streams this weekend are over, I'm going to try to add support for audio in the game, because audio is supposed to be sort of an important part of this, where you should be able to hear where the stones are in relation to your current position, so you can go find them. So we'll have to set up something for that too, but I've got a library in mind for that, which we'll start trying to use, or I'll start trying to use next week. And then for the next weekend stream, hopefully we can start implementing some of the basic mechanics of like going and picking up the stones and bringing them back to the core location. All right, so if you're joining in the chat, please say hello so we can see who is here today. I appreciate all of you who have joined so far. And I'll run the game one more time because a couple people have joined since then. So super basic. And I will admit that I'm starting to feel a little bit embarrassed by the simplicity of how these games have been looking in the last few game jams. I don't really want it to be so simplistic, but I haven't gotten to the point yet where I have, a good process for making art for the games, or I mean, I have the ability to load images and stuff into the game, but we haven't gotten much further than that. So I would certainly like to change that as time goes on. Okay, so let's close this out. First of all, let's try to see if we can implement saving and loading of map data. Just really basic implementation, nothing too special. I added some APIs in Mesh over the weekend over the last week to make this possible. And I'm gonna jump over to my dependencies library or folder and make sure that I've got, whoops, not Substratic. I need to pull down the latest for Mesh. What's this? Okay, I might need to leave that there. And execute program. That's probably something I should keep for now, but let's go ahead and pull the latest on Mesh. And then I'll try to rebuild everything. I think I'm using debug build on this stuff, if I'm not mistaken. Let me actually check that. Dev config, okay. So I'll go into compiler, because that's the part that we need to worry about. I'll delete the dev folder. So I want to make sure everything gets recompiled, because I've made some changes to Mesh since then. And then I'll go back to my compiler and recompile everything. All right, what do we got here? A new crash. Mesh VM init. Did I change anything about how all this works? All right, so go back into Mesh VM.c, line 155. That can't be right. Oh, Mesh, wait, what? Stack buffer overflow. So let's go into main of, that can't be right. You know, I think I should just rebuild this as well. Let's delete this. Because who knows, maybe there's like a binary incompatibility. I bet that's what it is. Also, I need to update, yes, Substratic. I need to have a command to easily clean all the projects related to a given root project, let's call it. Okay, all right, we're back in business now. That's great. And everything seems fine. Cool, now we can start experimenting with the new APIs for file reads and writes. So if I go into modules main, probably need to go into, let's see, stones/screen. Maybe it's not just screen that's needed for this, but we'll start with screen just as a way to start testing some things out. In fact, if I go to game and I have this stuff where I'm setting things up, I'm setting up the screens here. Maybe what I want is a load screen command. We will need one for saving too. So I'll maybe implement save first and then load after that. All right, so we have render, we have create. I'll put it right here. So define save screen or screen, save screen, that's fine. Save screen, screen file path. And then I also need to open up a port. Now, one thing we do need here is a way to dictate. Well, we have file path, right? Save screen, screen file path. We don't really need a name for the screen. Well, I guess we do need one because we have to refer to it somehow. Okay. We'll just go on without that for now. So for saving the screen, we need a port, a file output port. And let me remember, let's see, maybe it's this. Open output file path, I don't know if I need to expand that path, but we'll look into that in a little bit and see whether it's necessary or not. I mean, do I have the functionality for that? Expand path dash path ensure. I think I have something in build for that. Let's see. Depths, mesh components, CLI, modules, mesh build, path dash resolve. Okay. So I could possibly use that if I had to. Maybe what I'll do first is display writing screen file, display file path, display new line. All right, so now I've got an open port, and I should be able to start writing things to it. So the first thing I'll do is, let's see, what is it, write string? Let me see what I actually set up as the stuff for this. Back in build, I'll go back into compiler, into source io.c. I'm pretty sure it was an io. And then write string. Oh, did I not add a function for that? Read care. I didn't add one for write care either. That's fun. All right, we're gonna have to do that now. Probably need read string, write string too. Okay. Shows that I didn't go as far as I needed to test all this before. Hey, Fikri. Yes, this is using my language mesh, and I'm having to add some things to it right now. All right, so read care. All right, so we're gonna add write care here as well. So we need a port, write care. We also need an argument that's a character. Though actually I don't have a syntax for that yet. So I'm gonna have to use strings of one character. That's fine. I'll have to fix that later, unfortunately. So I've got some stuff for arguments. Expect arg count, expect object kind. All right. Expect object kind. Where did I define that? Was that in native? Expect object kind. All right. So maybe I also need. Okay. Well, let's do this first. Let's do this first. So write care. I already have that. Okay, cool. So I've got to put a second parameter here, which is the object string, care string, which is terrible. Object kind string. First parameter as string. And that should give me care string. That should give me the care string pulled out of the argument. And then I need to write the character. So write care is just a regular plain old character. I'm just gonna take the first character out of that string. So care string cares 0. And that should be enough to write a character. Now, we also need to write strings. So I can just copy and paste this, just do the same thing again. Write string. And the only difference is I'll just call mesh port write string. And I'll just give it the chars directly. Also give it the char string length. Right, string, just make sure I got that right. Oh, start and end. All right, so we'll start at 0. Cool, and this is what? You want an object string? Did I write it that way? Right, string. Maybe I did. Okay, fine. What's the problem with this? Oh, fine. Okay, so we'll take the cares part out. You know, I really didn't need the, well, never mind. So read string. Let's do the same thing here. We've got the port. And then we're gonna go to care there and then say read string. Read string, what did I define that as? Okay, that's pretty straightforward, cool. So we should have the stuff we need for that now. I'm gonna go back into the screen here, and then I'll run the code again. All right, let's see, expected list at line 127. Ah, okay, I forgot to update these things. So we're writing string. The port is the first parameter. I feel like that's probably not what it is in Scheme. Let's see, R7RS. I'm sort of trying to follow the Scheme spec for some of these things because, you know, the design is not bad. Write string. String and port is the second parameter. Let me change that thing because I want to be consistent. So, and what about read? Write care, write, read, care, ready, read. Okay, so it doesn't really require a port, but you can just give it one. And then read line. It's not called read string, it's called read line. So let me do that too. This is read line. All right, so now read string MSC. We're gonna change that to read line, fine. All right, now. I wanted to change the order of the parameters, so I'm gonna do that here. The string comes first, it's 0. Port comes second. And port's not required. Let me say, to do port is not required. Use the default port or the current port. But I currently do not have dynamic scope, so I don't have a way to deal with that yet. That's fine, we'll do it later. So we got that. I also need to update write string to change the order of parameters as well. Let's go change that to 1, change this to 0, and that should be fine. Now let's try to run it again. Okay, line 127, screen.msc, 127. Oh, that's right. I needed to put an extra paren on the outside. So now for write string, I'm just gonna write test. Or how about this? STCM, because I'm kind of coming up with a file format here. I'm just gonna write STCM at the beginning, and I'll tell it to put it into the output port. And once the scope leaves and we clean it, we garbage collect the thing, it should close it, but I'll just close it myself just to be clean. So close port, I believe, is the correct. Let's go back to, what is it, IO? Close port. Close port, okay. In fact, I'll call it close output port just to be extra pedantic. So I haven't called save screen yet, but we could do that right in game. Actually, let's export this first. All right, let's go back into game. Right here, save screen. I'll just call create start screen again. Why not? And the file path would be test.stm, I guess. I don't know. Substratic map. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and run it again. Let's see if it crashes or anything funny. Oh, yeah, of course. Oh boy. What did I do wrong? So, value array right. Something about making an array? That doesn't make any sense. This is use after free. Double free. Array push. That doesn't make any sense. Call value. Is it this right here? Okay, something about calling this function it doesn't like. So let's go back into save screen. Let's also do this. Oh, did I? No. Okay, so regardless, it does the wrong thing. Let me see if I just take the whole bit out. Calling this function in general causes a problem. That doesn't make any sense. Somewhere we made an array. Let me turn the volume down on the audio slightly. Oops. Okay. So just calling this function is enough to upset it, apparently. I wonder, create start screen, create start screen. So create screen. I believe we create an array there, actually. Create screen, create screen. Make array, map width times map height. So what's the problem? You want to resize it? Oh, okay. It's trying to free it twice. So I wonder why that is. Trying to imagine why all of a sudden it would be trying to free it twice. So if I call it like this, with, not nil, f. Okay, so that part's fine. If I go to, where would that file be? It would be here, test. No, it would probably be in bin/dev/, no, where is it? Oh, I never wrote it out. That explains it. Let's try that again. Go back to screen MSC, save screen. Let's uncomment this part because we know now where this is coming from. Okay, so line 129, probably right here. Undefined variable open output file. Okay, so maybe I missed something in open output file. I never imported mesh IO. That's what the problem is here. Shouldn't be crashing like that, but you know. Okay. Expected 1 arguments received 2. Line 130. 2? Oh, I think I messed up in the check. So where is it? Yes, these. So right string, that needs to be 2. Right care needs to be 2. That's my mistake. Okay, so it says it wrote the file. Let's see where it wrote the file. Go back to all the stones. There it is, test.stm. I don't see any output though. So it didn't flush it? Is that what happened? Let's check io.c. Write string, mesh port write string. Okay, so we got the string here. Let's see, printf, writing string. And then mesh value print, VM, and object val. Well, actually, I could just say args0. That'll be enough. What's your problem here? I don't think so. Mesh value print, I think it requires a VM now. Maybe I'm wrong about that. We'll see. Didn't write that. Write string. Okay, write string is what it's supposed to be. I have it down here as write string MSC. Should be calling this function. Did I have a compilation error that I missed? Yes. Incompatible type for argument 1 of mesh value print. Yes, I need output port. That's what I forgot. Okay, cool. So here's what we'll do. We're gonna go. Where am I headed? Sorry, I have to now recalibrate my brain because I looked around too much. Yes, let's go into io.c. I need to put in VM output port. I believe that's it. Okay, writing string stcm. Okay, so it was correct. Printf. Wow. So in theory, it should have written that out to the file. I wonder if it just didn't flush it. Should have flushed it. Because closing the port, close output port, close port, port close. It can close and it's not currently closed, then F flush it and then close it. Port is now closed. Okay, so it says port is now closed. If I go back to look at the file, test.stm, there's nothing in here, it's empty. So the question is why? Write string. Let's see. Okay. So we are looking for a string as first parameter, port as second parameter, writing string, mesh value print. Should be doing it. Write string. Let's go to the actual function that does the writing. Write C string. String cares plus start minus end. So, whoa, that's not right. It's end minus start. How did that ever work? There it is. Okay, good. Now we have output to a file. So that's the beginning of having a format. Now, I will say one thing that maybe has crossed your mind, but I haven't elaborated on yet. I'm kind of treating this like a binary file. It's not a binary file. This is more like a text file treated like binary. And the reason why is because I have not implemented writing binary data yet. Because I would have to have a way to read back data of certain types in the language, and I had not implemented that yet. So I only had so much time, and I wasn't able to get everything done yet. So we're gonna have this be sort of like a half text, half binary format. And we'll see how far we can get with it. It might totally crash and burn, but maybe it'll be okay. So we've got stcm there. That's good enough as a starting point. Probably the next thing we need to write out. So let's go to screen at MSC. The next thing we need to write. Maybe what we could do is actually make this a text format where it's like a line-oriented format. That might be a good starting point. So stcm has to be the first line. We'll put a new line at the end of that. Write string. The first will be, I think, number to string. I believe I have something for that. And write string, what is it, the screen width, screen height. Maybe later we'll have screens of different sizes, so it's better to know what that is in the file. So let's say map width, map height. So we'll do that next. Map width and then map height. Okay, let's write that out, see what it does. Undefined variable number to string. Let's go into mesh because I'm not sure about that one. Number to string. We have a number to string. That exists in what library? String.c. Okay, fine. Let's go back into screen. Mesh string. Seems like that should be something in core, but I didn't have core at the time that I made that function. Okay, cool. So we wrote those strings, 40, 23, test.stm. Oh yeah, I didn't put new lines at the end of those, so that would help. So I will go to screen.msc and then, whoopsie, throw new lines at the end. I could do like a string append type deal here. Put a new line on. It's not great, but I don't have better formatting functions at the moment, which is something I'll add at another time. So now that would give me yes, so map width, map height. Cool. So now we have that. What other data do we need immediately? Probably the background color. It'd be nice to be able to set the background color. And in fact, if I make it into a writable format for myself, I could change that manually before we have any kind of color editing functionality, I suppose. So that'd be nice. Tile image, we will need that at some point. Portals, we will need that too. And then save point. We need the tile data. Tiles is the important part. So we need to write the tiles. We can't have a map file without the tile data. So for writing the tile data, I would probably need to construct a string out of that. Do I have like a string join function? Let's go look inside of string. How about IO? We'll go to string from here. Join. Join list. Let's see. String join. Join MSC. So let's see. String join list as collection separator. Okay, cool. So maybe I can do that. Let's go take a look at screen.msc. Now I want to turn that array into a list, and I currently don't have a function for that. So maybe I can write one really fast. Does scheme have something like that? Vector to list. Yeah, vector to list. Page 48. Vector, okay, vector to list and list to vector. So I can start writing that function. In fact, I can probably go put it in mesh core. So if I go to deps, mesh, components, compiler, modules, mesh, core. That's a little bit ridiculous to get to. Let's see. I can go right here, I suppose. So define array. I call them arrays for now, but I'm going to change them to vector to be consistent with scheme. Array to list, array. Yes, I'll just loop through. In fact, let me think about this for a second. Can I use fold? No, I can't use fold because it's not a list that I'm going through. In fact, do I have an array? Whoops. Let's see. Source array.c array length. Yes, I have array length. Thank God. Let loop count. Yes. I do want to do it this way. So I is array length of array, probably -1. Okay, so we're gonna start with that for I, and then, whoops, what do we need here? We need the current cons, so result, and we're gonna start with an empty list on that. So the logic here is that we're gonna loop through, look at every single entry. We're going to const the result. So we're going to call a loop here because we're doing the recursive looping. We're going to const the array inth. of array I with result. So we're basically building up a list in reverse. And then for this, we're going to say I minus 1. So we're just recursively looping through this array. Now, I need to also do a check. If I is greater than equal to 0. No. I is less than 0. If I is less than 0, then we've gone too far. So that means we need to return the reverse. We're going to just take that list and put it inside out to put it in the right order. We're going to return the reverse of the result. Otherwise, we will continue looping and adding things to the list. So that should be enough for an array to list function. Probably should write a test for that, but we'll just give it a shot here and see what it does. So now that I have that, I can go into screen.msc and I can use array to list on the screen tiles for the screen. That will give me a list of all the items. Then I can use string join, and I want to use space as the separator. So that should give me one big string with all the tile numbers for the entire screen. And then I can write that string append. Oops, and I want to make this be. I want it to have a new line at the end, basically. Okay, and that should write out everything for the tile. So let's give that a run and see what happens. All right, so expected instance of record type screen, but received non-object kind. Okay, that's because I did not do the. Let me just see if I can extract that out instead of calling create start screen again. So in screens, so the car of screens, the car is going to be this cons. So I kind of want just the car of the car, right? No, the cooter of the car, the catter of the car. There we go. Try that. Object is not a pair, 16. Yeah, great. Great line number information there. Maybe I can try to write out this list and see what it looks like. Curious about that. It actually, object is not a pair. Who are we talking about? Display. Let's do that. Okay. Let's do this. Actually, I need to put a new line after that so that anything gets written out. Huh. I did something wrong here, apparently. So the car of screens would give me this item here. It's not a list, it's a pair, so that's a problem. Undefined variable array length. All right, that must be because I need to pull in mesh array. No, I have it here already. What the hell? 142. That's not here. It must be in core. Great. Okay, so we really need array length in core. It needs to be a core thing that is available all the time. Let's see. Let me take a look at array. I could change this to just be mesh core because I don't think that we need a separate array library. I think that it needs to be just core functionality. Because these are core data types. A vector would be a core data type in the language. So the functionality should just be there, available, in my opinion. I suppose I could try to import it here, but what happens? Yeah, that's a little bit risky. Import mesh array. I think it will work. No, didn't work. If I go into array.c and just say mesh core, operands must be numbers. Line 142, probably in core 142. I should be display I. What did I do wrong here? I is unspecified. I can't be right. Whoops. I put the things in the wrong order. That's what happened. Okay. There we go. So we got at least that far. String join caused by read memory access. Maybe I did something dumb in the implementation of that function. String append, string join. I use string append in screen.msc. Did I write that out? Do this. I'm curious. Take those eyes out. Go to core. Let's take the displays out. Okay, I see the right list. Actually, it still seems in reverse. Why is it unspecified? That's not right. Come on. Yeah, this did not get reversed. Did I? Oh, you know, I should not reverse it because it's already reversed by definition. So let's do this. Okay, it still has an unspecified at the end. And I wonder if it's because of the way that I implement array inth. I is less than 0, then its result. Otherwise, oh, wow. That's a little bit stupid. Okay, now the list is right, at least. So we have the whole list of numbers. Ah, you know what? I need to map all those numbers and turn them into strings. So that's another thing that has to happen here, which is a little bit unfortunate, but that's fine. All right, so string join array to list. We also need to do a map for the lambda tile number to string tile. Okay, then here for this array to list, we can just drop it down right there. That should give me a bunch of strings. Maybe that will make it happy. Not exactly. Let's try this. Oh, expected 2 arguments, received 1. What did I do wrong? I forgot to add the port as a parameter. Okay. Cool. Hey. I think we got it. So let's check out test.stm. There we go. We got a whole, basically, array of tile information here. So that's exactly what we wanted to see. In theory, we would be able to read that back in. I think I have a function now for splitting a string. I had written that in the last game jam for a similar type of necessity. Okay, so now we have everything we need to write out at least the size of the map and the tile information. The next step would be excuse me, writing out the portals. because that's one thing we do have as a data structure right now. We have a list of portals. So I could try. And what does a portal have in it? Portal has a name, a position. Oof. We're going to have to figure out how to write. Well, name we could read back in. That's no problem. X, Y, destination screen, destination portal. Okay. And destination screen. We also need to have name here. I'm pretty sure we're going to want to have name. The name of the screen. Can I fix the... Okay. So portals. Everything else we can deal with later. You know, I think we're gonna make progress here pretty soon. I mean, obviously saving is one thing and reading is another, but we're getting there. So then portals. We need the number of portals, and that's just a plain list. So do I have a way to count the list length? Let's see about our list.c class. List length? No, we don't have that. That's okay. Maybe I can build a string and get a count at the same time. So if I were to say let loop, wow. Count is 0. And remaining is screen portals. Or actually, let's just say portals, eh? All right, so for each portal, also we need the out string, call it that. All right. So for each of these, let's say if pair portals, and then if it is a pair, we're going to do something. Otherwise, we're going to say if greater than count of 0. So if count is greater than 0, we're going to write out, well, we need to write out both. Begin. And we'll write the string out for the count. Number to string count. Okay, so we need to write the count out first, even if it's 0, because we need to have a consistent format to use. If count is greater than 0, then we're going to write out the string. And that's going to be, we don't need this, because I think I'm going to build that into the format. Maybe this needs to be a, wow, this needs to be a separate function, possibly. Second. Okay, so write string, number to string, count. Now we don't want number to string. What we need is to write the out string, which we have not built yet. So this will write out the portal list. That's a sort of a little format we can use for any future outputs we want to write. Might be able to abstract some of this code too. So to build up that out string, we need to look at the current portal. So what we can do is, let's see, set out string, string append. In fact, we're going to call loop here, get our nested looping going on. Count +1. And portals, we're going to do footer on portals. And then the string is what we're going to be updating this round. So set out string, string append. I need the name and the X and Y position at the very least, just to see if we can get an output on that. So String append, portal name, portal. Actually, we don't have a portal. We have a cooter of portals. We could set that in a let to make things easier. No, bar of portals. All right, let's do that. Got some nice little scope here. Now, we're going to take the portal name and on the next line, we're going to do this sort of line by line for each portal, okay? So portal name, and then the portal X, which needs to be turned to string, number to string. Yes, this format is a little bit unfortunate, but I believe it will work, so. Okay, and that will give us name, X, Y. We'll do the other parts in just a moment. I want to see if this works first. Let's take a little look. Something got upset. C string join. Okay. Portal name might be a portal, create portal, screen portal add, desk portal, portal add. Yes, okay, so it's a symbol. It needs to be written out as a string, so I think that's what the problem is. I do have a symbol to string function. All right, so right here, portal name is gonna be symbol to string. Symbol, come on. Symbol to string. Yikes. Try that. Okay, so that might have been written out. Let's take a look at the test file. I don't see any output yet for revert buffer. Yes. I don't see any output yet for that. Let's delete that file. Yes. Okay. Display portal. What can I do to sort of? All right, so we have a new line there. I need a new line also at the end of that. Okay, so that's good. Let's try this again. Next portal. The screen definitely has portals because I've set it up that way. So create start screen. There's two portals. I should probably write out the portals list. So what about doing this? Portals and then display new line. All right, so I got two records here, but okay, that's probably right. Wait, that's not right. Why is it false at the end? It should be empty. That is not a correct list. Portal add. Oh, you know what? I bet money. Portals empty list. Yep, that's got to be what the problem is. Yep, that was it. Okay, cool. Didn't complain, did it? Test. Okay, this still didn't write it out. So there's something missing. Let's go to display portals. Okay, so we got that. Display portals. We see it. If portals is a pair, then we go into the loop. Loop, cooter portals, and oh, wait a second. We need to take this part out. And just put this string append directly as the output. Pass it next. I don't know if that made a difference. Probably not, but yeah, it didn't make a difference. That's okay. We're getting some progress made here. If count is greater than 0, I'm not even seeing it go past the first one, which doesn't make any sense. if portals is a pair, we pull up Cooter of portals as the new portals list. We increase count by 1, and then we have a new output string. Oh, I'm not actually adding to the previous output string, so let's do that too. Out string. So if it's no longer a pair, which will happen when we get to the end of the list, then this will get triggered, and it's write string for the portal number display. End of list. Let's see if something weird happened. How is this possible? Okay, so that if goes up to there, the begin goes to there. Feels like we're getting lost somehow. Somehow we're exiting the function. Something very strange is happening. Port is now closed. It manages to get out of the loop, which makes no sense. Because it never hits end of list. Never goes into the next loop. Let's try this. I don't know, something weird's happening. Next. Okay, so that didn't do anything. Somehow we're not getting out of here. What's happening? Okay, so something weird is happening with the way that this let is operating. Because we did actually get to the point where we finished the list. So this nested let is causing issues. Maybe let's get rid of it and see if I just use... Yeah, that was not... That's not cool. I don't know what's happening there. Our portals. Let's just do that for all these. Didn't want to have to do this, but now... Okay, it looks like it is working now. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Check it again. Go to test.stm. All right, so we got two portals. We have right portal at a location, left portal at a location. Cool, so we do have the ability to write out at least the portals, which we will need. Because that's how we connect between the two screens, or one screen and the other surrounding screens. All right, cool. So we do have sort of a format coming along here. What else are we using? Are we using the BG color? All right, BG color, sky color. I'm gonna want to write that out for sure. So what if I go then and write out the color next? Or let's do this. Okay, write portals list. That's the tile data. We'll write out the color here. Now, if I do a let here, are we gonna have trouble, I wonder? Also, have I actually come up with a way to extract the color channel information? Where is color even coming from? It's coming from substratic. Uh-oh, let's see. So depths, substratic, engine, source. I don't think it's in modules. Maybe it is, who knows? Renderer? No. RGBA. There it is. Yeah, I have not given myself a way to extract color channel values, it seems. And I really don't want to be editing this code right now. because I am currently in the process of splitting up all the logic from Substratic and putting it into Mesh directly in certain places, basically to beef up the functionality of Mesh for other purposes, for rendering. So I don't want to add things here because it's going to cause conflicts later. I'll probably lose it. Let's see. What can I do for this? So what does RGB MSC do? There's a color object. We could add accessors for those, for sure. Maybe I'll just have to because we need to get away. We need a way to get past this problem. So color R, render color R. We're just gonna copy this for all 4 channels. GBA. GBA. For those of you watching live, please feel free to ask questions anytime or just whatever comments you have. Okay, so we got all the color information here. I'm gonna go copy RGBA MSC. Let's do this. And let's see, render color A. So if I get a substratic color, I need to actually maybe multiply it back because I'm dividing by 255, which gives me a 0 to 1 value. So I'm gonna have to multiply by 255. Let's also use the new. All right, so as number would be as pointer. No, object pointer equals as pointer args 0. And then color would be pointer, is that right? I don't know. Subst color. I don't remember exactly what's in there. So native, nope. Native.h, object pointer. PTR, okay? So pointer, I'm gonna cast it to subst color because that's what we're storing in the pointers. Also going to say number val for this. That should work. That will give me a 0 to 255 value. Also, I wonder if I should clamp that so it doesn't come out with a trailing decimal. Let's see what happens before I start worrying about that. Maybe. So pointer, we get the pointer. We have the color. We're gonna say, whoa, gotta do this real quick. Color A times 255. Okay. Same thing for R. Probably should put this all behind a macro. G, and then B. Okay, so that gives me RGBA, color RGBA. Okay, so now if I go back into screen.msc, I can try to write out the color right about here. String append. I'll say number of string, color R of screen bg color screen. Okay. We'll put spaces between the first two and then a new line after the last, and that should be enough for writing that string out. Let's give it a shot, see what happens. And we should be able to verify here that we wrote out a 3-number string. Yep, 266, 226, 226, 226, 226. I don't think that's right. Sky color. Yeah, 226, 235, 244. So what did I do wrong here? Inside of a renderer. Oh, did I not change? Yes, no wonder. RGB. Cool. Now that should be right. Okay. Go to test.stm. Now we have the color of the background as the third thing we write. So width, height, the color of the background, and then the tile data, and then the portals. I think that's enough for at least writing out what we need to start with. I'm fairly happy with that. So what I'm going to do is take a 2-minute break, and then I'll come back and we'll continue to, we're going to continue by writing the screen reader function. Then let's see if we can like write out that screen data and then read it back in and use it from there. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. So we've got our file written out. Let's start writing the reader function. And I hope this is not going to be a complete nightmare, but yeah, we'll find out in just a moment, I think. Get my mouse back on the screen. Okay, so first what we'll try to do is write a function that can just simply read that file back in, following the same format that we've established already, which is going to be very brittle because anytime we add anything to the save function, we're going to have to write it. We're going to add it to the reader, and we're going to have to make sure that we're not going to. We're going to have to migrate the data. So we'll have to figure out the right strategy for doing that. Maybe have a little script for updating all of the screen data for existing files, but we'll get to that later if necessary. Okay. So reading screen file, open input file in file path. Now we're gonna do the backwards thing here. We're gonna say read string port. Maybe we will have like a str here just as a way to store the string information to mess with it. So set str read string port. I guess here what I could do is let's actually just get rid of all the contents here. I think that probably that's the best thing to do. And then what I could do is this. Read portals list. What is this going to be? Read tile list. Just to remember what order things are in. Read BG color. Read width. Read height. Okay. All right, we got that list now. We're going to close the input port because this is not an output port anymore. And then if not equal, read string port stcm. Let's just see if it has the right header. Display does not have right header. In this file, this path, we can say this is a map file. Let's start by doing that. We'll just check whether it has the right header. Then from there, we can continue reading the data. So let's go back into game.msc, and then where I called save screen, we want to immediately turn around and call read screen, or maybe load screen is a better name for that. Oops. We're going to call that same test.stm file. And back in screen, we'll change this to load screen. Let's run it. Okay. Expected 2 arguments, but got one. Line 57. 57, probably here. No, not here. Has to be where? In screen. Not that file either. Okay, expected 2 arguments, but got 1. It must be in one of the functions I'm trying to use here. So what am I doing wrong? Load screen, probably load screen, right? Yeah, that's it. Just needs a file path. Okay. Undefined variable read string. That's because it's read line. So we're going to call it read line here. All right, and it says this is a map file, so it was able to correctly read the first line of the map file and see that it has the correct header, which is great. Let's throw a little new line at the end there. And I'll change the string a little bit. This is not a map file. In fact, we will return false in this case. Otherwise, we can continue reading the map data. So we'll say like a begin here also. Not that. Okay, now, this is where we start doing all the rest of this work. So first of all, we read the map width. And do I have the function for, let's see, string.c, string to number? Great, all right. So I need to start storing the information for these. Width, height, BG color. My keyboard is not cooperating with me today. We'll start with those. So I'll start by saying set width is string to number read line port. Set height string to number. Should have just copied the line. Read line port. All right, and then for the color, I might need a little helper function. Define read color port. Let R G B. We'll want to do the same thing for that here. Let's do this. Whoops, so we'll put this outside. Set our, actually, we could just do that straight up and in line. That's probably what we want to do. Do that here. No need to do any sets. Okay, read line port. It's actually, they're all in the same line. That's the reason why I did this. Okay. So let's think about it. Let's see, channels. I have a function for string splitting. So string join, string split. String equals. Okay, so it's a lambda that decides. Hey Felipe, nice to see you. Yes, I'm streaming the GitHub GameOff 2022 Game Jam, and thankfully the stream is working pretty well. So I think what the problem was with the System Crafter streams recently is that I was trying to stream through Restream, but I was letting OBS or Restream pick which Restream server it started trying to stream to, and whichever server it was picking had really inconsistent bandwidth. The one I'm on right now has been solid. I think that the bandwidth has been okay. There's only been just like a tiny amount of glitching, so I think we're in better shape now. Glad to see all of you joining here. I see a lot more people on YouTube. It's great. Okay, so let's get back to it. I'm going to use my string split function to split up that line. Back on game here. No, in screen, we have read color. I'm reading this line from the port. That's going to have all three numbers on one line. I will use string split. So the first, where was it? It's in core. Yeah, core. String split. No, it's in string.msc. String split. The string and then the split predicate. Okay. So then back in screen, we have the list, and then we want the lambda. I'll say that's going to be string equals str space. Is that the way that I was doing it in the tests? Let's go back. Compiler test, modules test string. String split. Okay, string C, yeah. That's the character, gotcha, okay. Another place where I need to be using characters instead of single letter strings. All right, so string split, that will give us channels, and then with the channels list, I should be able to say RGB, and here's where we get to do the nice little car cooter dance. So, car of channels will be the red channel. Catter of channels will be the blue channel. I don't have catter yet. Catter. So I'm going to use catter of footer of channels. I'm hoping that's the right thing. Maybe I can print that out first just to make sure it's the right thing. So string append. This is going to be awful, but let's just do it. I don't think I can print a color, so that's the reason why I had to do it this way. Okay, there we go. Put a new line at the end. In fact, that's the wrong place. I'll put it right here. No. There we go. Felipe says you can make accessors for the color channels. I actually do have that. Right now what I'm doing is trying to read it back from a file, and I have a very primitive text-based format for writing out stuff for the file. So this read color is just to read in the three-color string. All right, so let me do number to string here, just to make sure things are okay. Number to string. One of the next things I'm going to do in the language is add a format function so we don't have to go through this BS anymore. Okay. Now, back here. Who's upset now? Ah, fantastic. There we go. Apparently I had eaten a quotation mark somewhere. Okay, so read color. I need to call that right here. Do I have BG color? I do. Let's try that. Undefined variable channel, fine. Channel. Where did I write that? There we are. Okay. Boom. Read color 000. Well, that's not right. String split. I suppose I should just display the channels as well. Display. Okay, so the channels list is right. I don't know why read colors give me the wrong thing. Weird. Number to string, car channels. What if I take... That can't be right. Car of channel. Let's just go with that to start with. That is so weird. Oh, it's not a number. That's why. I should be doing some type checking on that function, apparently. Okay, so, let's just go back to this point. Did I do that right? Now let's see that there. See that there, that there. But I also need to take off this number to string. But I think that we're fine. It also tells me what else I need to do. Okay, let's do that. Okay, that looks good. Is it the right color? 244, yes. Okay, great. So read color, let's go back to that function. This needs to be string to number. All right, that should give us the color value correctly. And now we can just get rid of that because I know that it's reading it. Great, so we've been able to read in the width, the height, and the background color for the screen. And now we need to read in the tile list, which is gonna be probably not that bad. So I'll add another variable for tiles. I mean, it may just be that I can pass this directly into a function once we're all done with it, but we're just gonna set it into some temporary variables for now to make things simpler. All right, so tiles, read tiles. Let's call it that. We're gonna do a similar thing here. Read color, just copy that function. Read tiles. Now, I don't yet have a way to create an array from a list, but I can do that. So let's give it a shot. Okay, so tiles. We're gonna read a line, we're gonna split it by spaces, same thing we did last time. And this time we're not gonna call RGB. What we're gonna do is try to turn this list of tiles into an array. Now, arrays, let's see, we have a push function, array push. So that's one way to do it. I think it should resize the array as we go. Where is that? Value.c, array right? No, array right. Okay. Yeah, it will grow the capacity if necessary. So that's not the best thing to do in the world, but we're gonna go with that for now because it does work. Array push. We also need to create an array for this purpose. So array is make array. Now, array push. What does that actually do? Array right. Art count is 1. Initialize it to the specified size. Otherwise, don't do anything. Okay, cool. So I don't have to do anything for make array. I can just leave it like that. Don't have to worry about it. Array push, array, and this needs to be a loop. Cdr tiles. If pair tiles, then we're gonna do the loop inside. So we're gonna say cdr tiles And that's gonna be it, right? We need to do the push. So we say begin here. Let's take this whole deal here, put it inside, and then our tiles. Okay, so we're looping through the array to do that. And then when we're finished, we return the array. So that should give us the full array based on the tiles list. So then before I get into everything, yeah. Hey, Alejandro, nice to see you. Okay. Not an easy way to verify this because I don't think I have a way to print out an array completely. But we'll find out as soon as we try to load the data whether it's right or not. So here's what we'll do. We have a create function for the map. So create screen. I should just be able to set BG color tiles. It's funny, I'm reading in the map width, the map height, and I don't even use it, but that's okay. Just future proofing. So name we also really need for the screen. So for create screen, which I was doing before, I'm gonna add a little name here. But we probably won't need this soon because we can just create things on the fly in the engine. So all the uses of create screen, I should go back and fix them now. So this would be start. Left portal. Yes, okay. Left, this would be called. This one would be called right. This one would be called down. Cool. So that's probably enough for those. Now that I have the name, let's try writing the name out as well. And also reading it back. Name F. Set name. We'll take out the string to number because we don't need that. And we're just reading a string directly in. But we do need to turn that back into a symbol. So string to symbol. I think I have something for that. Okay. I think I probably, yeah. 2 arguments begot 1. What is 180? Loop. Read tiles. String split. Oh, loop has 2? No. Okay, that's fine. Okay, there we go. Now probably things, oh no. Let's check it out. Test.stm. The way that I did this, revert buffer, yes. Did I not write that back out? Okay. Let's go to save screen. Also need to write out the name. So string append symbol to string. We're gonna say screen name screen. Now that should give us the output we're looking for. If I go take a look at test.stm, now start is here. Okay, we got the name of the screen baked into the file as well. We still haven't written out the rest of the portal information yet, but I'm not too worried about that at the moment. Mainly I want to see if the map will draw if we reload it. So now that we can do this, let's go into game. And then for the start screen, I'm going to do a little bit different thing here. Let start is create start screen. Then we're going to eat all this. We're going to take these here. And then I'm going to set start to be the load screen because we're going to also take start here. I'm going to write out the existing screen we already loaded. And then save it out to a file, load it back, and then see if it displays correctly. All right, it doesn't, but we'll get there. So expected instance of record type screen, but received non-object kind 2. This is not the first time I've seen this. It's kind of weird. I think it's when I'm calling save screen. Something really strange is going on. 237. Can I do this? Display start. Okay, let's see. Start record screen. Okay. So there's a record there. And I'm passing start directly into save screen. So if I go to save screen, I'm expecting the first thing to be a screen. Let's display screen, display new line. Yeah, record screen, still there. So I'm not sure what the problem is. In fact, I'm seeing it read everything out. Port is now closed. Port is now closed. It read it back. Expected instance. Okay. All right. That's what's happening. I forgot to do the last important part of load screen, which is to create the screen object. So at this point, I could probably just change this code to do this. Make screen name. Let's just take all these things and drop them right in. Width and height, let's just ignore those for now. BG color, we do need to pull in BG color. And then the tiles array. Tiles. So we'll take these lines out. Width and height, whatever, fine, no problem. But it's reading things out of order in this case, so maybe I should just add the width and height to the screen just in case, because eventually we will want it. How'd I do that? That's correct. If not equal, what are these doing down here? Close input port. This is after the if body. Okay, fine. In fact, let's just simplify that too. I see my begin got destroyed. That's nice. Okay. Hopefully everything is copacetic. All right. So now we read name, width, height. We'll go into this to say width, height. All right. Cool. Run it. Undefined variable let 212. What did I do wrong? Oh, wow. This really got messed up. Lispy sometimes just really wants to ruin my day. And we can take these lets out. But we do need to have that close port inside. 232. What do you want? Expected instance of record type screen returned non-object time 2. Okay, so what did I do wrong then? Makes, oh, okay, I did the close port deal. So then this let needs to have a screen, and this will say set screen be the result of that, and then here I can say screen. Not ideal, but should work. Wow. So there was no game data there because the player fell right through the floor and the game crashed. Interesting. All right, so make screen. Name, background color, tiles, portals. I should at least put portals as an empty list just in case. And let me check the places where I use screen hyphen. Screen tiles, screen portals. Okay. Interesting. I mean, it's returning something. Whoa. I closed Emacs by accident. That's fun. Fantastic. All right, let's load Emacs up again. Great. All right, let's compile. Just to get it running again. There we go. Okay, cool. It crashed. What was the output? Port is now closed. Returning record screen. Okay, cool. Screen.msc. And we were here. So we're returning a screen. This doesn't have the data that's necessary. And maybe it, so the background color is not showing up correctly, it seems. And the tile, oh, yeah, tiles are not showing up correctly. Is that the right order that I'm writing things out? So I have name, width, height, background color. Let's go open that file again. Name, width, height, background color, tiles, and then the portal information. Okay. I really need to be able to inspect this tiles array. Maybe I can do it here. How about this? Display tiles. Display array to list. Screen tiles. Screen. Let's see what it writes out. Looks right. Yeah, that looks right. Let's see how many characters this is. So 1839. So 919, that sounds right. 919 is 40 times 23. Okay, yeah, 920. All right, so that is, I think that's the right number. Question is, why is it not rendering anything? I'm missing something. So in a game, when I do this little swap, I set start to be equal to load screen test STM, and then I put it in as a start screen. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Current screen, const start. Okay, that's fine, because it's going to look it up by the name in the screens list. And it must have loaded it. Current screen. All right, so let's make sure it actually found one. Display current. Okay. I'm not seeing it. Something else is happening. Attempting double free. We saw this before. This is really weird. Okay, let me think about what's happening here. We're allocating an array for this screen. The thing that's happening is that the screen is going out of scope, and I think it's getting GC'd. But it shouldn't be, because we shouldn't even be trying to free it yet. I don't think we've allocated enough memory for it to matter. Oh, is it because of the realloc? Oh, it's sweeping them. Okay, so it is a GC pass. So we call it array make. We push something to it, which caused the underlying data store to be allocated. And then we deleted it through this GC. And maybe we're trying to write to the same array again? Is that what happened? So we... Something double free. What does it even mean in this case? Because we're using realloc. Okay. So we just run realloc. I don't even know what size is going to be. I mean, it's probably not 0. So because we're not freeing. So realloc is the new size 0? It doesn't make any sense why it would be 0 in that case. So I think we must have a... Why is array make being called and it's complaining about some other memory address that's already been freed? Unless we've got a bad pointer hanging around somewhere. Okay, so where am I hanging on to pointers? I'm trying to think critically here. So it happens specifically in game.msc when I do this sort of temporary creation of the start screen. I create the start screen, I'm holding it inside this variable here. Let's see if we make it out of this function. If we make it out, then the variable is now out of scope, and there won't be a root holding on to it, because we're basically just taking this screen, we're writing the data out, we're loading it back, and then using it for the future. We're not holding on to the previous one that we had allocated. We basically get rid of it. In fact, I can make sure of that by just doing this instead, which is the first place where I saw this problem. Let's just do this. All right, so undefined variable start. Actually, I do need that start. Let's just put that right back, put it right here. Yeah, same thing. So it's complaining about the realloc on the array storage. So somehow, let's see what we got out of this function. Display done with init. Okay, that helps narrow things down. Let's also go back to screen where we do the load. Tiles : let's just delete this because we don't need this anymore. We've already verified that. Oh, interesting. What was that then? Screen, tile, screen? That was the input screen. No. Oh, is it this one? The one that we created from array to list? That can't be right. If I take this out, somehow it works. Oh, it eventually crashes for the same reason. Heap buffer overflows, or at least something very similar, which makes no sense. Array nth is asking for an address in the heap that it... It's really interesting. Something about that array that I'm creating is not being garbage collected correctly. Read tiles. Sounds like I'm writing more than the buffer size. Well, I shouldn't be writing at all at this point. At this point, I should be done with the write, which makes me think that I've freed it, and somehow by reading this array nth gives me the value at a particular index of the array. I think somehow it's reading outside of the allocated memory. Maybe the display overwrites some addresses, then it deletes those. When you try to delete your original memory, it reports it has already just GC'd it. Display shouldn't have overwritten anything because it's just printing stuff, but who knows? This is a very strange thing I'm seeing right now. But it's the second time I've seen something strange with array memory. Let's go take a look at array.c. So then in the original implementation of array, we initialize an array. We only have printf allocates memory. Sure, printf allocates memory. I don't know if it's going to be overwriting this stuff. I suppose it could. When we write, the capacity starts off as 0, and then the count will be 0 plus 1, which would be 1. So this will be the point where we try to grow the capacity. Old capacity is 0. So it would allocate something at this point. Funny thing is that we've never freed it. So it means the GC somehow decided that it's not in use. We're holding it in a record. You know what? Am I checking record fields and marking the values they store? I must be doing that. Otherwise, we would be having like worse problems than that right now. But let's look at GC. Record field. I feel like we would have had a bigger problem than this. Let's see. Record field, mark object. Okay, we are marking the value of a record field. Hello, Krinax. I'm building a 2D platformer game for the GitHub GameOff, but the problem I'm having at the moment is something just in the language that I'm using. So I'm trying to debug some kind of garbage collection issue. So Alejandro asked, how do I grow the array? Let's see, is it object.h? Yes, I'm definitely using Realloc. So grow, is it in array.h? Grow, where is grow? Grow capacity, it's in mem.h. Okay, so grow array, is it ultimately calling my own wrapper for Realloc, which is just calling Realloc. So mesh mem realloc, that would be in mem.c, realloc. Yeah, it will free if the new size is 0, which I think realloc already will do on its own. So I don't know if that's necessary. Not sure why I put that there, but. Maybe that's why. Because I wanted to be able to distinguish between a null from a free versus a null from from an error, an allocation error. Okay, let's think about this for a minute. Yeah, Shraz, nice to see you. Okay, so the thing that we're dropping here is the start screen. Let's do this. Let's not create the start screen anymore. Let's just load the screen that we already saved to the file. Let's just see what happens. All right, so that still like crashes, but I think this is crashing for a different reason now. So allocated, we've allocated the array here. I don't know if that free can be causing it. Array nth. Read of size 16 at 629, 1430. Yeah. Let's go check out array.c. Line 68. Well, first of all, maybe we can write out what it's looking for. Printf looking at index, just to see if we are really out of range. I suppose it's possible. But it's funny that it took the player falling. Oh, you know what? Okay, I think I know what's happening there. That's a completely different problem. I think there's two problems here. The first one is that I'm checking for collisions outside of the range of the map, and I shouldn't do that. So let's look at screen.msc, screen tile ref. I need to make sure I'm not allowing it to see array nth. Yeah, that is weird, Alejandro. I agree with you on that. I'm using this in a few places. Screen tile ref. So, okay, that's fine. That's also fine. Okay, so screen tile ref. If then I will return the array nth. Otherwise, return false. That could keep the crashing from happening. Okay, yeah, that's right. So that was just a stupid thing on my part. In fact, I think array nth should probably guard against that somehow. So array nth. These native functions I've written have no error checking whatsoever. And I think it's a bad thing. Let me do this too. I'm just going to panic here, and later I'll add better error checking and like actually throwing errors inside the language. So if as number args1 is greater than or equal to array length, I think. What's wrong here? Array.h, is it size? Oh. Objects dot size. Value.h, I think there's a value array in here. Count. Array, then we will say what's your problem? Double? Sure. I don't think that's good. Actually, let's do this. Yeah, I did it already before. That's fine, whatever. And then let's go and check. Let's just make sure this works, because I don't want to see that problem again randomly somewhere else. Okay, panic. 939 requested when it only has 920 items. Fine, great. Okay, so that was one problem. The other problem had something to do with me printing, like Alejandro pointed out, but I'm not going to bother trying to look into that at the moment because we really need to make some progress. We've got about close to 2 hours left. And I would really like to have, you know, basic stuff working. All right, so we got screen tile ref updated there. It probably is correct, the logic. Tiles should be fine. We saw the output of that. It did look good. So now we have to wonder why the background color is not being rendered correctly. And the tiles aren't being rendered correctly either. So if I go back and look at test.stm, everything here still looks right. So render screen. Screen background color. We should have set background color already. BG color. BG color. That is a valid field for the record type. make screen. Okay. Screen BG color. Let's just write this out. I'm just curious what it's going to say. BG color. Display string append. Not the best way to do this. Color R. Screen BG color. Number 2 string. And we'll just copy that a couple times. RGB. And then this will be a new line. Okay. Let's see what that says every frame. Undefined variable color. That's my fault. Got distracted by something. Okay. Screen. These are supposed to be screen. So we'll put screen here. We'll yank this word. Drop it. Drop it. Oh, come on. So, interestingly, oh, okay. What? I have a new line at the end. Oh, my mistake. Compiler did not tell me that I have the wrong number of arguments to that function. It's weird that it only shows up after the box fell through. And I put new lines here, so it should be flushing. Oh, again, I made a mistake. All these native functions need better error checking. Okay, so 226, 235, 244. 226, 235, 244. That's right. I don't know why it's not rendering the color correctly, though. Oh, hold on. Okay. Screen BG color. Why is it not rendering the rectangle the right color? Maybe it is the right color. I can't tell because it's so light. That's probably what's happening. In fact, let's see. It probably is correct. We're just going to copy this real quick. And we're going to go into GIMP. And then we're going to paste as new image. Then I'm going to use the eyedropper tool to grab the color and then check it out. And it is 226, 235, 244. So that's correct. Good. It looks white, but it's actually very light blue. All right, so the background color is being rendered correctly. So it means we've loaded that from the file correctly. Now the problem we have is that the tiles of the game are not being rendered correctly. We have map width, map height, screen tile ref. Screen tile screen. So this must be related to the data that I'm putting in. The floor. Yes, the floor is not being rendered because the tile data is not correct. We're accessing it. It's not complaining. It's just not there. And when I try to print it, at least when I tried to print it before, it didn't work. Did I do the wrong thing? Maybe I didn't return what I expected to. Read tiles. So we got the whole tiles list. This is a little bit lame, but we're going to start by doing this. Tiles, that's okay. All right, so we got data from the file. Initial tiles, it shows up. I think that's the right number of tiles. Even if it wasn't, it should be giving us some output. So is this array push not doing the right thing? Is that what's happening? Do I have array? All right, so let's see. Display. Length is now. This could be the problem. Okay. Length is now. All right. Well, we did get to where I wanted to be. Hold up. When we call loop plus count 1, okay? So current val array, wow, Lispy, just give me a break. Display array nth array count, new line. I really need a debugger. And I'm reading the value right back out of the array. Sorry, yeah, out of the array, and they're looking more or less correct. Yeah, that looks correct. So we loop through. Hold up. Wait a second. I think something's wrong here. Oh, no. Okay. Bitter tiles. Hey, Johan. Nice to see you. Just don't render it. It just doesn't render it. The array is in memory. It just doesn't get the screen. Well, the thing is, I had this working with hard-coded data before. So I don't know why all of a sudden with the reread version it's not working unless I'm missing something else. So the data seems right up until this point at least. And then when we did the thing after where we turn it back into a list, it does something very strange. All right, so begin, array, push array, car, tiles, loop, coder tiles, count +1, array. And then at this point, the array should be the one we've been passing along every time. And then it should be returning that once the pair is no longer, sorry, the tiles is no longer a pair, which means it's the end of the list. So then read tiles, that should be putting the tiles array right there. Ashra says, are the floor coordinates within the screen grid, or are they possible off by 1 and outside the screen grid? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that we should at least be seeing 1. I would hope we would be seeing at least 1. Let's check render screen and see what it's seeing. Screen tile ref. All right, so let's see. Yeah, see, I'm even seeing some 1s there. All right, something is wrong. Let me actually write out the position information. X display. Come on, paste it. There you go. All right, there we go, right there. Let's see what that says. So 22, yeah, all this is right. So why is it not rendering? Brown color. Oh shit, you know what? I'll tell you exactly what's happening. Really dumb stuff. Read tiles, where is it? I need to do the map again. Map. Okay, so I need to convert all the items to numbers. Stupid. In fact, I don't even have to do that, because that's like another loop. Go back. We'll do it right here. So when we push the value in, that's going to be a string to number. Watch this. There it is. All right, so let's get all the printing crap out of here. Render tile. Tile is, okay, get this out of here. Okay, cool. So we verified now that we can read, excuse me, the data for a given map. If you haven't seen the game before, this is what it looks like. Which, yes, it's very underwhelming, I know, but you know, we're working on it. I've got to try to start getting some art done at some point, which I'm not good at, but at least we have basic rendering, you know, platformer style movement where it kind of slows down whenever you jump, and collision detection. All right, so we got that done at least. Now, what we'll do is try to read in the portals, because the portals are important for switching between screens. We have to be able to go to another screen, basically. Why did the music stop? All right, so load screen. At this point, we need to read the portals. So let's write a function for that. Read portals port. Feels like these functions should be somewhere else in like some kind of serialization file, because this is it's a lot of code. Read portals port. First of all, count is going to be a string to number read line. That will tell us how many portals we have to read. We also need to have a portals list, which is empty to start with. Make a plumbering game from NES. Draw a floor tile in the sky. I will. In fact, I could probably do that right now. Let me see. Check this out. I'm going to return an empty list just so that we can run the code. So I also didn't mention that if I press tab, it goes into editing mode, and I can go click. Oh, the XY positions are way off. Well, at least you can see I can click around. I need to fix the calculation. In fact, let's go do that right now, because that's a little bit embarrassing. Where was that? Game, click, screen to world. Screen X divided by tile size. It's not exactly true, because this needs to be, what is it? I need to factor scale into the mix. where's main? Main. Scale. So screen scale is 1. If I go back to game, screen X, screen to world. Aha, there it is. Okay, and this needs to factor in screen scale, which we don't have at the moment. Game init game. Screen scale. Init game screen scale. This is not the best place to do that, but that's what we're going to do for now. In fact, I should probably go back and put those here. Okay, and then init game scale set screen scale. All right. Now let's see if editing does the right thing. There we go. We're clicking around. We can make little platforms. And that's sort of the idea. In fact, check this out. I don't know if I can get there, but now that I go back into live mode, I can jump on the platforms. Boom. Look at that. If I want to, I can go and add another one here. All right. Then hit tab again. I could jump all the way up here if I wanted to. Whoa, whoa, I barely made it. Can you edit in the upper left corner? Yeah, you can see that I've got some debug text up here. Yeah, that's like the mouse position and the state. That's what you can see there. All right, so this is kind of what we want to be able to save. And if I like make these edits, I want to press Control S and have it save. So we're getting closer to that now. Thankfully. Maybe I need to have a way to say what the file path is. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe the name should actually be a string. And that string corresponds to the file name to store everything into like an assets folder. So that we know that whatever the name of the screen is the name of the file. And it makes things a bit easier to track. Yeah, I should probably darken the sky color. Let's take a look at that. Let's go to screen, sky color, and then pull open the GIMP. Probably already have the sky color around. So if I open this color up, then I pull something like maybe right about there. Maybe that's better. So 171, 201, 231. Let's try that out. 171, 201, 231. And I'm gonna have to have game load that screen again. Save the one that actually gets created and then load it again. Yeah, there you go. So that's better, right? Tile palette with non-interacting background and interacting platform tiles. I need to have actual tile images. So right now, this is not ideal. And I don't know why there's a little gap right here. That seems weird. There's a black bar on the side. I'm not sure what the deal is with that. Oh, maybe I am sure what the deal is with that. let me check one thing. In screen, map width, let's say 39. Let's see where that shows up. Yeah, okay. Interesting that there's a bar there. And if I go to render screen, why did I do that? Window width -5? That makes no sense whatsoever. I think that must be like something I copy pasted. Okay, well, we fixed that problem. There it is. Okay. Next. Let me go and take that save screen back out in game. Save screen. Now we're gonna see this work. Yeah, so now we've got our updated screen information. Let's change how we're loading these. Images, no texture slice and dice. We'll have to do that at some point. I mean, you know, it's not very hard. All you gotta do is load a texture and just, you know, use the right texture coordinates. I may already have some stuff for that in Substratic, if I'm not mistaken. Procedural image generation. That actually is not a bad idea, but probably not super easy. All right, let me think. I like the idea of procedural generation of tiles if they're very simple. All right, so the thought process now is that I want to go change the way that we store names for the screens. It's just going to be a simple name. Not a symbol, it's going to be a string. So symbol to string, that goes away now, because it won't be a symbol anymore. And string to symbol goes away, because that won't be a symbol anymore. And then for create screen, I'm going to change every instance of this to use strings instead. Because these are just like my test screens. You haven't seen these yet because I have portals that I haven't walked into, but let's just do this. In fact, maybe these aren't even needed. Maybe once we are able to start building things out, we won't even need it. So I'm going to do it anyway, so we can just get the code running. Now, I have an assets path in the project. Assets. Screens. We'll call it start dot stm. And then we're going to go copy the test.stm file. We're going to put it right here. Now the question is, do we have all the screens loaded all the time? Or just based on the fact that we know the name of the screen file, we should be able to load that file and display it? Maybe that's enough, actually. So we've got this. So what I'll do is go to game.msc, assets, screens, start.stm. That'll be our start file. Now, when I make edits to that file, I should be able to write them back out. If I can have a key binding to do that. Let's run the code and see. What? Yes. Yes. All right, so that's still working, which is good. What is this song? I haven't heard this yet. That's not what I expected to hear. I'm gonna get copyright striked here. Stop. Who knows what I've been playing the whole time? Hello. There we are. Okay. So maybe I don't need the screen list anymore. Maybe what I need is just a convention for everything. That sounds good to me. So we have the start screen. Well, we won't even think about this right now. So the way that you get to other screens is that there are portals, right? We have names for the portals in the screen. So in the start screen, we have one called right portal and one called left portal, and those are meant to go to the aforementioned portals. In fact, let's so I can bootstrap this a little bit. I need to actually write out some information. I'm gonna go back into screen, and we're gonna finish that job of writing out the portal info and reading it, because we do need those to do any kind of like navigation. Okay, I think this all makes sense. Let's do this. So when we save the screen, let me take the code that I had for writing out the portals list. Write portals port. Let's just drop that into its own function. Define write portals port. I also need the screen, don't I? Write portals, portals. Port. Do I need anything else from the screen or just the portals list? Pair portals, blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. So, write portals. I need to have screen portals port. Okay. And then we have the read portals function. Where did I put write portals? It's right here. Okay, so read portals is going to be the mirror of that. But for write, I need to finish what I was doing here. So I wrote the string for the number of portals. I also have up here where I'm writing out all the portals. So I have portal name, symbol to string. We don't want that. We want it to be strings. Because we're not doing this in code, we're just doing it with an editor, I think. Portal name, car portals. Number to string, portal X, portal Y. The other information we need is the destination screen and the destination portal name. So we can simply write those out. Portal dest screen, portal dest portal, is that right? Oh, don't do that. All right, that's annoying. All right, so I'm going to take these two and just drop them down. All right, so that is the name of the portal, the X and Y position, the screen, and the name of the portal. Okay, so that should be easy to read back in now. Very easy. Read portals. Now, I already did this bit where I said that I have the count. So let's make this a loop maybe. So count, I read that in. I have the empty portals list. So I'm going to go backwards on count. And I will read them all in. Doesn't really matter what order they get read in, I think. Oh, okay, let's reverse them just to be consistent. So, let loop. If greater than equal to 0 count, then that, and then portals. This is going to be the place where we read it in. We have to create new portal instances and add them to the list. So we're going to call loop. We're going to say count is count minus 1. And we're going to say the portals list is consts of portals, but also we're going to make a new portal at the same time. Make portal. And then we're going to do all of our reads here. Actually, we want to reverse portals at the end. Make sure we have them in the Oh, is that right? Yes, because of the order that we are consing them. So we're building up the list in reverse order effectively because of the way we're consing. And then we reverse it at the end. So now, make portal name. We're going to read the name first. So that's going to be a read line port. And then we're going to read in the X, which is a number to string read line port. And do the same thing for Y. Then the dest screen will be a plain read line port, and the dest portal. So the idea here is that a portal is a square on the screen where if you step into it, it will take you to another screen, and it has an X or Y position for where it is in the map. Then the destination screen is the name of the screen to go to, and the destination portal is the name of a portal on that destination map where the player should appear. Probably needs to have a direction also, but maybe that's we'll worry about that another time. For now, let's just get the player going to where they need to be. So this should read all the portal information in, const it all together, then reverse it at the end. So once we have read portals, we should have all of our portal information. So now, one thing I also want to do in game, let's see, screen by name. Let's check this out. Let's just see if it works. Whoops. Single record instance argument, that's going to be in screen 187. Somewhere in here, I guess. Oh, yes, that's right there. Screen portals, screen. Something else that didn't get written out right. Maybe there's a string join that I didn't do well somewhere. I think that it's probably the portals that I'm creating. Here, these all have symbols. So let's change all these to strings. Okay, let's do this a simpler way. Okay, I'm missing one somewhere. No, okay, Emacs just took a moment to catch up. Not happy yet. Is that the right one? Start screen. Okay. 164. Is that the read? Okay. Read line. Ah, that's it right there. Port. Okay, now we're loaded up again. Let's see this time if we can walk through a portal. Let's just see what happens. It might crash and burn. Ah, it didn't work. I'm surprised it didn't fall off the screen, actually. Okay, so let me double check the ports that I'm reading in, the portals that I'm reading in. Load screen. At the very end, I want to display screen portals, screen, display new line. Portal, portal, portal. That's correct. We have 3. Let's go to game. Done with init. Let's just get rid of this line. And there was another thing, current. Let's get rid of that too. Okay, so port is now closed. You could also get rid of that. So we have 3 portals. Interesting that it's not actually, I wonder if the positions got read incorrectly. Maybe that's what the problem is. So read portals. Let's do this. Map lambda p display. Come on now. Portal name. Or actually, let's do portal X. I want to see what the XY situation is looking like here. P. Display new line. I just want to see what we're dealing with here. Is there actual code to change the map when you step on a portal? Yes, there is. I wrote that last week, and it was working. 0, 0, 0. Once again, another issue. You know what? I need a function for reading numbers so I don't make this mistake, because this is like the second or third time I've done it. Read portal. Write number to string. This backwards. String to number. This time it'll work. If it doesn't crash first. Let's see. Address points to the 0 page. String to number is not happy. Let's see. Read line port. Well, I did read it. Let's go to string.c then. .c. What line was that? 252. A to F string characters. You know, maybe what's happening here is that the input I got at that line is wrong. I need to go double check that the file has the stuff I expect. So let's go to start.stm. Hold on. So 2 portals. There's 3 portals here though. Right portal, XY, screen, portal name. Left portal, XY. Okay. Why is it only right now 2 though? There's 3. I thought. Okay, so the count string to number. Yep, string to number, read line port. We read the name first. Go look at the format. The name is first, then X, then Y, then destination screen, then destination portal. I think this is wrong. Count is 2. Should be 2, 1. So I think that's wrong. That should just be if count is greater than 0. I don't think that really has an effect on what we're doing. Apparently it did. Let's see what this does. Oh, okay. So it looked like it was going to do something there. Cooter. Port is now closed. All right, so I got a 39 and a 0 there. That does seem to be right. We have a map that where I was printing those. We can delete that. Get rid of the new line. Port is now closed. Let's go back to IO. String. Port. Where is that? Port is now. Delete that. To get some of the spurious output. Okay, so. Let's go this way because there's also a portal this way too. Boom. All right, so there's something busted. That would show up in game. And it's going to happen when I'm saying screen to what? What was it called? Screen by name. Portal desk screen by name. Okay, cooter seek Name screens. I think what happened here is that it returned nothing because I've changed the way the screens are named. So let's do this right here. This is really the problem, actually. I think I've changed all those to have string names now. Let's do this. This should work. Hey, Emmanuel. What did I do wrong? Still the same. What? This right here. Okay, that function is busted. Okay, now this should try to work. So I'm gonna go over to the side of the screen and it should hit the portal and try to load another screen. Yeah, it did load it. That's why the ground is higher, but the position of the player did not get set correctly. All right. Oh, I was able to jump out. Oh, that's not right. Let's see if I go this way, if it will put me back in start screen. Nope. Okay, that's fine. And then the reason why is because I've hard-coded things incorrectly in screen.msc. All the names of the portals are wrong. They should all be strings. You know, left screen is good enough. Let's try left screen. I'm going to jump over to left screen. Let's see if we can get it to pop to that screen. I'll jump out. That shouldn't work like that, but whatever. If I go this way, it should put me back to the start screen. Okay, yeah, it put me to the start screen, but it did not put me in the right position. So the logic should be it needs to look for the named portal and put me at that location. The problem that I realized, there's a couple little problems with this. Basically that, let me run the game again to show you what I mean. Yes, there is an Emacs function to convert symbols to strings. I'm pretty sure. It's, let's see, symbol, is it not just symbol to string? No. Symbol dash string. It's something. Symbol name. So symbol name foo will give you a string. Yep. Okay. So the problem that I have realized is if I use the same concept of a portal to be the position that triggers a move to another screen, or as the place where the player gets placed, is that when you walk here into this square, if this is the location of where the portal is, that's a good question, Alejandro. I probably could make an interactive function for that. That would actually be pretty useful. If the location of the portal is here, I don't actually want them stepping here to make them travel to the next screen. I want them to exit the boundary or hit the boundary of the square, and then that takes them out. But it really just depends on the direction of the portal. And when they get placed back into the level from coming from the previous place, this portal should not be active so that it doesn't like trigger them to go like back and forth between two screens infinitely. So I need to think of a clever way to manage this without having to store some kind of weird state. It's almost like it's dependent on the direction of movement and the direction of the portal. So if the portal is a left-facing portal, then they need to be walking into that square, and then when they reach the boundary of the square, it takes them to the next screen. And if they arrive back into this square when they're placed from the previous screen, because they're moving to the right, it should not trigger the portal while they're walking. I would also like it to be like a smooth transition so that you see them walking onto the screen and not just like appearing on the side. So that's what I would like to try to do next. Obviously, I should do saving and loading of maps, but I would like to get the transitions looking a little bit more smooth. And then once we do map saving and loading, it will feel a little bit better. So I'm going to take a two minute break, and then I'm going to come back and we're going to try to write smooth transitions for portals. And then we're going to do saving and loading of current map, and then maybe creating new screens, which would be pretty nice if we can do that. All right, I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. So let's just think about the concept that I just talked about. I'm going to go to the portal data structure, and I'm going to add a direction to that because we kind of need a direction. And that'll basically be like, you know, left, right, up, down, because that's kind of the way that these things will go. So then to trigger a portal, you would have to be walking in the correct direction for the portal. So let's go to where we create the initial portals, or at least for the main screen and the screen to the left. So we have start screen. I wonder if I should make these numbers to make it easier. Let's just define some effectively constants. Define portal direction left. You know, Scheme has an idea of enumerations, which I might implement at some point because I think they're kind of nice. We also want to export these so they can be used elsewhere. So we're going to say right is 1, up is 2, down is 3. Let's line these up for aesthetics' sake. Okay, so we got some directions we can use, and then for this part here, we're going to add a portal. All right, so we're going to make this be sort of like the same order as what we would see in the file. So this should be portal direction left, because we're heading left to go in this portal. This is also a portal where you would go right. Okay, so right here, portal direction right. And for the left screen, the right portal is portal direction right. All right, so now in the read and write functions, let's update the write function first, because we want to read the current data in. Oh no, actually this time is fine. So let's start with that. Number to string, portal direction, car portals. That will give us that. And then same here, direction is going to be the string to number. That should work. But no. 130. Okay, screen portal add. It's a function I have. XY direction. Direction. These helpers won't be needed very long once we have proper editing functionality. Okay. So now I need to add the logic for triggering portals, which is in game, which maybe it doesn't need to be in game, but that's where it is currently. Let's see, where is that? Are we toggling edit? No. Screen tile ref, are we calling that? Portal? Okay. Ah, it's an event, okay. So in player, I'll bet money it's in player. Change screen, okay. Check for collision against a portal. This is the place where we are looking for the portal collision. Now, this may need to be its own function to be a little bit smarter. First of all, we need to check direction of player movement. Direction of portal. Position of player with respect to directional boundary. So it's almost like we need to have 4 different paths based on the direction of the portal, and that dictates what checks we do. So we're already sort of doing it here. If velocity of x is less than 0, that means they're moving left. So, and portal direction. Let's just try this first and see what happens. Portal direction, portal equal portal direction left. If the portal direction is left, so we're looking at portal. We grab the information for the tile at the location. Okay. Map X, map Y. Screen portal at position. Okay, I see. All right. We don't have portal yet, so this is a mistake. I think what I'm doing is I'm judging which portal to grab or which tile to grab based on the direction where the player is moving. So if it's negative velocity, grab the portal at map X because that's the leftmost side of where the player is. You can see right here, player X divided by tile size. And then we get the portal, but it doesn't tell us anything. I feel like we needed to go a little bit further on this line. So I'm returning a portal here, screen portal at position. It's almost like I need to have a let in here, which feels overbearing. I know the player is moving left. I try to get the portal at position. at map X, map Y. Well, okay, let's think about this. What we can actually check for the right circumstances for entering a portal before we actually look to see if there's a portal at that location. So what I need is tile X, or maybe even say inner X. This is going to be the modulus of player X, player to tile side. So what this is going to do is give me sort of where they are inside of the individual tile. Inner X, if inner X is less than, let's say 3. I don't know. Or 1. I don't know. We'll tweak it and see what happens. So if we have a moving left, negative velocity on X, and then inner X is less than 1, meaning it's pretty close to the edge of the tile, then there is a portal at that position. Then that means, yes, we've actually hit. Oh, and the portal has to be a left-facing portal. That's the next thing we have to check. P, yeah, this is not great, but let's see if it actually works. This is a little bit complicated logic. What am I doing wrong? Maybe inside that? Okay. If and P, portal direction P equal, portal direction P is portal direction left. Then we're going to return P as a result of the and here. That's pretty freaky, but I think it should work. So basically, if negative X velocity almost at the edge of the current tile, the left edge, and at that screen position, if there's a portal, and if the portal direction is left, we return that portal, and then we get the portal out of it. Same thing for moving right. If velocity is greater than 0, and the inner X is greater than, let's say, tile width minus 1, then let P is going to be this screen portal at position for map X plus 1, because we're trying to find the direction of the rightmost corner of the player. Then we can look at same thing, and P equal portal direction P, portal direction right. So that should, in theory, work for left or right. And then if we find a portal as a result of that, oh, I missed one last thing. Right here, this needs to be P. Then that will cause the trigger handler. So let's try it and see if it works. Oh. Undefined variable tile width. Tile width should be tile size. All right, now let's run it. Okay. 132 operands must be numbers. Ah. Which one is the problem? The line numbers are not very accurate right now, so that's the reason why it doesn't seem to correspond correctly to something in the code. Let's see. Operands must be numbers. That happened whenever I had a negative velocity, so it doesn't seem to cause the error until I'm moving. As soon as I start moving, it does it. So it must be something in this block. Screen portal position, map X, map Y. I wonder here. Let's see. Display portal. Didn't even get there. Inner X. Can I write out what inner X is? Display inner X. $31. Sounds right. So then what's the problem? Something is unhappy. Because velocity is less than 0. So inner X is not less than 1 at this point. It's much greater than 1. So it should have like not even done this. So this or it might have tried to look at this, but the velocity X is less than 0, so it shouldn't have gone in this either. Let portal, if portal, game event handler. Okay, so display. Something weird's happening. Maybe it's in screen portal at position. Because nothing else really seems wrong here. All right, let's check that out. Screen portal at position. That's in screen. All right, so display checking position. I don't know. Let's just see what it whether it writes that at all. Never even gets there. That's really weird. So this must be a calculation of some sort. Tile size, it could be this. Tile size is a number. Oh, you know what? I never found one. It's so weird. It doesn't even get in there. Whoa, now that doesn't make any sense. Operands must be numbers. All right, let's do a little check here. If less velocity x 0, let's do some printing. So display, excuse me, x. Let's write another function too, because I'm getting really tired of writing this whole same thing out over and over. Alejandro has something in the chat. Print label value. Display label. Display value. Display new line. This is driving me crazy. Let's just do this. Okay, so back here. Print x. What is it? Player x. And then map x, then inner x, and vel x. Let's just see what we got there. Ooh. Is that what's complaining? Attempting double free. How could this possibly be? There's no way. Did I do something here that I didn't like? Dude. Hey, Cable Car Digital. Yeah, it's doing good. Alejandro says, it's too much problem to detect that. Just move your player on arrival to the left if it is right portal, or to the right if it's left portal. Yeah, let's see. Something weird is going on now, and I'm starting to become concerned about like the instability of this code. This is not inside of an if, is it? That print has a serious bug. Something's up. Something's wrong. I actually did change how printing works too this week. So I could have introduced something bad. Let's do this. Let's just do nothing in the begin. Let's see if the prints are causing problems. Nah, still something else. Oh, wait. Begin, expect something. Let's just say true. Bound portal. Okay, fine. Let's look at this one. This is print. Okay. But I didn't actually move yet. Okay, so at least it did print that. That's good. What about that one and that one? Okay, so somehow one of these what if I do this? Yeah, something's wrong. You put two prints in a row, it crashes. How is that possible? Something is super wrong. Let's try it with this one. Crash. Okay, fine. Operands must be numbers. So we saw interx is not less than 1. This should have returned false on the OR. The OR would have tried to go to the next step to evaluate the AND. The AND would have only evaluated velocity x, and it will not be greater than 0. It will be less than 0. At least it should be. Can I... Maybe that's the one I need to check, just to make sure I'm not crazy. Negative. So then if there's no portal... If... let's get rid of that. Portal. Display found portal. So let's just do that. Something, what is it checking? It can't be hitting any of this stuff. Something's super wrong. And no printing is happening in there, is there? Like, if I take this back out. Operands must be numbers. Let's find out where the error is being raised. I think it's in VM. Yes. In binary operation or modulo. Oh, syntax error. Okay. So then operands must. Yes, I know what I can do here. So if predicate stack peak 0, 1, operands must be numbers. We're peeking at the stack. I can print the value stack. Print value stack. All right. Print value stack. Let's see what that says. Here we are. Why is there a false? A false and a 1. Let's take a look at where I'm using that, because that might tell me something. Would have to be this, right? Where tile size is. And how would that become false? Inner X would not be false. Unless something got popped too much. Oh. God damn it. Am I in the right scope? Yes. Trying to think what's going on here. We got about 30 minutes left, and if I can't get this working, then I'll just postpone this and maybe figure it out off stream, and then work on just getting screens to save with a key binding. Maybe I should just do that, because that would be a better way to end off the stream than to get this. Inner X can't be that because it's always a modulo operation. So I can print it here right before it crashes, and it's not false. Crab Zeitgeist says, apart from faster speeds, how do you think the internet is going to evolve in the next 3 years? I don't know. People are just going to get crazier. I think that's what's going to happen. The internet is like the center of all mental health malfunctions in society, in my opinion. Okay. Let's go back right there. Inner X is 31 right before this thing crashes. So I have no idea why all of a sudden it's... I think the stack is getting corrupted somehow. So I've got some kind of corruption going on. I see like a negative 47 whatever. That seems like a real value. What else? Let's see. Map X. Map X is 18. Inner X is not 31. Inner X, no, it is 31. Okay, so I can see where these let values are lining up. So map X is 18, inner X is 31, map Y is 17. Vel X, which is right, is this velocity X. Then what's the lambda that it pulled up? Screen portal at position. So screen portal at position. Screen might be false. Where's screen? Okay, let me think about that one for a second. Maybe I'm actually where is that? Map X, map Y. Inner X less than 1. Oh, is this for the equal? It can't be right. I mean, it could be equal. But there's no portal at that position, so it wouldn't have returned anything. In fact, we would have seen something being written out. Doing this inner let is not a good idea. I think that must be, excuse me, part of what the problem is. Whenever I started writing this, I knew that something could be bad about it. So let me think about how I would actually change this. Screen portal app post. You know what? I could pass that in. I could, when I ask for the screen portal at position, I could ask for what direction I want it to be. Portal direction left. Let's just move that check inside of that function. And then it can tell me. All right, so screen portal at position. Does direction. Direction, okay. Does mesh have let star? No, I need to add that, but I was waiting to add macros first, and I've got macros almost to a point where they could start working. I just haven't gotten it completely finished yet. All right, so if equal portal X, Y, also if equal portal direction, car portals with the direction, then return it. Now what? Now what? Every time I change something, it just freaks out. Let's get rid of that. Man. What am I trying to do now? Going back to player. Let's get this print out of here. I don't know, man. I don't know why all of a sudden it's crashing so hard. Okay, call value. It wants to call a function. Screen portal at position. Screen map X, map Y, portal direction left. So, is it this call? Let's just return false here. Huh? Something else. What is the deal? I get no insight whatsoever. All right, so this, it's null. Something is null. Call value 619. So call value 619. Only functions can be called. So it received something else. It received a null. Who knows which one it's even trying to call at this point? Print value stack, VM stack. All right, let's print the value stack right there. To get some semblance of debugging. 19.0, 17.0. That's the map X, map Y. Where's that happening? That looks like the time. Update game, lambda. Set update player. Okay. $19.0, 17.0. It's actually in. Which function is this? Okay, could be this. All right, it's this one still. What's F? Yeah, that's probably a print formatting error on my part. Let's get rid of this thing. Let's get rid of anything that's not needed. Dude, I got some issues, obviously. I'm starting to think that it has to do with the size of functions. I think I saw some stuff like that in the past. I wonder if I'm growing too much. Damn, what is that? Same thing. Now I just press a button and it does the same thing. It's inside. All right, I'm wasting time here. So strange. Okay, we're just gonna have to pull the plug on this part of it. In player.msc, let's see. I only changed this part. So maybe I can stash this little bit. I'm gonna stage this file and then stash the index. And then let's see if the code runs again. What are we talking about now? Dude. Expect 4 arguments, got 3. Okay. Yes. So in player, I still need to, let's see, screen portal at position. Player direction left. Not player, portal. And this is portal direction right. If this crashes too, then Jesus. 0 arguments but got 6? What are we talking about now? 117. Not that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Totally broke the game. Let's get rid of that. And get rid of this one for now. I would prefer not to, but because it's acting so weird. All right, at least that's back. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Before the stream is over, I'm gonna try to implement a key binding so that we can save the current screen, which requires, no, let's do this, okay. We know what the name of the screen is in game.msc, in the input handler, handle game input event, clicking the mouse. Are we toggling edit mode? I'll also add something here if equal state editing. We only want this to happen whenever we're in editing mode. And, well, let's leave that out. We probably want to have a few different checks. So if, I haven't added anything for modifiers yet. Mismatch paren, I don't know. It's always possible. It's always possible. So, I'm looking for the letter S, but at the same time, I'm looking to see if control has been pressed, and I don't know if I've added modifier checks yet in substratic input, and that's going to be fun if I haven't done that yet. So substratic engine, source input. Also, I need to look at input.h key modifiers. So I have the modifiers accessible, but I don't think I have any functions for checking them yet. So if I go back to input.c, subst input event, modifiers. So there's nothing to check modifiers. Let's look at glfw modifiers. Modifier key flags. So I just need to have some functions for looking at whether any of these modifiers are pressed. So I can have a function. Input event modifier control. Because these modifiers can apply for both mouse events and keyboard events, like control click, that kind of thing. How about alt, super? What else is in there? Shift, caps lock, num lock, don't care too much. So super and shift. Shift, super, alt. Okay. Now I need to get E up MSC. Let's take this, copy it, mod, control, subst input event kind, and input event E modifier. I think that's right, isn't it? E modifiers and glfw mod control equals glfw mod control. I don't know if there's a better operator for checking flags. Yeah. So then I should be able to do this for alt. let's do it this way this time. Alt to super. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Come on, input.c. All right, so then I'll do this again. Copy this, paste it, and then say this is for super to shift. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. All right, so that should give us modifier functions we can use. Input event mod super, is that what I called it? Input event modifier control. Okay, so now if I go into game.msc, if input event modifier control input event and input event, was it key code is input, let's see, let's go here. I forgot what all the variables are for this. What did I just do? Engine modules substratic input key code S. S, okay. Input key code S. Maybe cats is not relevant for the game, but it could be for the engine. Maybe so. Back in game, input event key code S. And this is going to be key code for input event. Input event equal. This goes here. I think that's right. So we're looking for the key code for the event in S. So if it's saved, then I should be able to write this out as display. Save the screen. Let's see what happens. I think I saw some errors fly by, so let's go check on that real quick. Input event has no member key modifiers. Okay, so back in input.c. Let's look at, all right, so subst input key event. Okay, so I need to check if it's a key event. How do I set up these classes? What's the structure? Input event. Event has a kind. Event kind can be key up, key down, mouse move, mouse scroll. So basically any of them. Maybe I should move key modifiers to the initial event, because it seems that modifiers apply to all based on what I saw in, like, let's see, even mouse buttons. No. Input reference. Mouse. Mouse. Get mouse button. No, no. We're looking for mouse button callback. Yeah, so that has mods. Int mods. Who has that? Mouse button callbacks, keyboard key callbacks. Okay. Scroll does not have it, which is interesting because you kind of would want to know if shift is held while scrolling, but that's a problem for another time. Okay, so we're looking for just button presses. So let's go into this. This has gotten more complicated now. It's gonna have to require some copy and pasting again, which is not fun. That's okay. If input event kind equals, what is it? Time is it? Okay. Input event key up. Yeah, this is a little bit annoying. That's okay. Else if is mouse button up, mouse button down. This is basically the same thing. key up. It's mouse button up. All right. So now I need to check. Return false val. Okay, so this needs to be a macro. Define check modifier and event modifier. Let's just copy and paste this block here. Well, we're not finished with it yet. Let's do the casting that's necessary. Input event kind. We don't need this part anymore. We need to cast input event to subst input key event. I don't know how much we need to go into for that. Feels like there's a better abstraction for this ultimately. Okay, so we got the cast there. Oh, that's the wrong place. Right there is the right place. Okay, and then here we're gonna cast this to a mouse event. So then let's check input H. Is it mouse event? Mouse move, mouse scroll, mouse button event. Button event, okay. So let's check. Cast it. Oh, this part is gone. We put this here. Why are we missing? Oh yeah, I need to do an inner wrap on this. I think that's okay now. Yeah, it looks like it formatted fine. So we cast it to get the modifiers out. Then we just check it to see if it has my control. Now, let's copy this, drop it into the macro, add some slashes at the end of the lines. Now we got a macro, and I can just say, probably need to do that return at the end too. That's fine, like that. Okay. Check modifier. Probably could just stamp out the whole function like this too if I wanted to, but whatever. Input event. GLFW mod control. And this needs to be changed to modifier. Probably don't even need event there. I think I'll just like let it take the input event that's in the local scope, because this is a very narrow macro, not really reusable. Okay. So we have check modifier. Let's go here, drop this little bit into this function. This is going to be for alt. And then on this one, it's going to be for super. And then for this one, it's going to be for shift. Shift. All right. Let's see now. I think I saw an error again. Let's see what happens. Okay, mod control undeclared. Where is that coming from? Mod caps lock. Do I have GLFW in this header? Yes. GLFW. Did I write it wrong? GLFW mod. That's weird. Don't like this. GLFW underscore. Come on. GLFW underscore. Let's find another. Here we go. GLFW334 is the only one I have. All right, cool. Include. Is it? Oh, is that why? I think that was it. Thanks, Alejandro. I was about to start doing some really dumb stuff. Oh, here we go. Input mouse button event has no member name key modifiers. Do you mean modifiers? Damn it. Input. Key code. It's safe to change that. Modifiers. Let's just make it consistent because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. All right, so input to C, key modifiers. Let's change key modifiers to modifiers. Change it all the way across the board. All right, then one last time, let's take a look at this. It seems that it has compiled. It's complaining about some other stuff that is not really relevant right now. Okay, so Control S, let's see. All right, didn't, oh, I'm not in edit mode. Control S, come on, man. Game. If I can get Control S working and save the current file and then load it back up, I think we're good for the day. And then tomorrow we'll get back to some other stuff. Okay, if equal state editing begin. If hold on. Let me go into controller. Input. Input event key down. Okay, so if input event key down, input event. Display. Let's just try that. Huh. Oh, I didn't press print a new line, so it didn't flush. What the hell? Oh, what? Yeah, should have been printing new lines. So I wonder if the what I'm doing for the check is wrong. Control. I think I've gotten complaints from the compiler before that that this check is lower priority than equal. So I need to make sure I'm doing the right thing there. Ooh, you know what? Is this yeah, I got a feeling that maybe the compiler is doing the wrong thing. is control down. Undefined variable input event key code S. Game. Static input. Input event key. Input key code S. Okay. All right. I think that's what happened. I think that I just had some bad code. So in edit mode, control S, save the screen, save the screen. I'm not checking if it's key down though. That's what the problem here is. So also if equal input event key down input event. Need some more efficient ways to check this. Okay, why is that not working now? Key down. Yeah, okay. Damn, it was working before. Print the key code of the press keys in case S has a different code from S. Maybe. It worked a second ago. Yeah, so I don't know. That check for key down, it's kind of busted. All right, so I'm gonna write the code and we're gonna call it done today, okay? Because I'm a little bit shot now. Key down equal to what? Is that right? Aha. Thank you. That was stupid on my part. That's probably what it is. Thank you, Ashraz. All right, so begin saving the screen. Or saved screen, let's call it. So now, save screen, current screen, string append, assets slash screens slash, and then screen name, current screen, dot stm. Let's go to, well, save screen. All right, so create start screen. Yeah, that should be right. Crash. Looks like it was trying to write some things. String join, which parts do you not like now? Not a map file. I think I must have busted the data. That's fine. I can do the initial save again. Game. Here we go again with the weird stuff that happens when I add new lines. Writing what? Okay, it did tell me. Writing screen file. $40.23 string. I think at the point where it starts trying to write out the portals, it chokes on it. So let me just go check. Screen.msc, write portals. Number to string. I don't know. Try to join a number on a string. Thank you, Ashraz. That actually makes a lot of sense. Where did I do that? Number to string. Number to string. String append, number to string count. Write string, out string port. Weird. But it would have to be at that point. Missed the new line there. There it is. Okay, so let's do some edits. And first of all, let's also go to game and take out that initial save screen. Take that one out. Now let's go back to compilation. Now let's check this out. I'm gonna add a little platform overhead here. I'm gonna hit Control S, save. Now I'm gonna exit the game. I'm gonna start the game again, and our platforms are still there. Thank God. All right, so we do have basic map saving. That's just for setting tiles on the map and loading it back up. But we still haven't had the ability to set information about portals. You know, like instead of placing a tile, I would like to place a portal here and then edit the name of the destination and all that kind of thing. So that will be tomorrow. I think tomorrow we'll have that stuff all working, and maybe I'll get the portal traversal working correctly as well. I need to figure out what's going on with the code crashing in strange places, because I think something else is broken in the language. Something very strange is broken in the language, and it may be something I changed recently. So it's hard to tell. I've done some major work on the language in the last month and a half, 2 months. All right, so that's enough for today. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate all of you who showed up, all the usual folks. Nice to see some friendly faces. And tomorrow, Ashra says, question about player movement. Does it take delta time into account? Yes, it's delta time. So all of the movement is based on the time since the last frame. So it should be relatively smooth. Look at that. That's some wrong collision detection. Anyway, tomorrow we're gonna get back to it around the same time. I think it's like 12 p.m. UTC, I believe, is the right time for that. No, that's not right. In fact, that's way wrong. What time is it right now in UTC? Let's ask Emacs. World clock. UTC is 3:35 p.m. It's 5:35 here. So 1 o'clock for me is 11 a.m. UTC. So that's 11 is when I'll be starting. Okay. So anyway, we'll be back tomorrow around that time, and we'll continue where we left off and see how far we can get by the end of the weekend. Thanks you all for being here, and until next time, keep it creative. See ya.